Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, November the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So at least in the main room, you guys can hear me and see my screen. And somebody maybe in YouTube, can you do me the favor of just letting me know you can hear me and see my screen? William, before I get going, what do you think of Cure, Qure? This has been slammed down after negative FDA response to Huntington's disease treatment. What do you think about this one in terms of potential bounce or what else they've got going on? I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look at it. And that is Qure. All right, now let's take a look. Now, I think this one, MSPR. Yeah, this is so for those of you who don't mind looking at stocks that are less than a dollar, MSPR, huge move, 163%. See if I can find any news on it. I don't think I could find any news on it. FIO, though, definitely. PHIO had news. Yeah, PHIO had some announces. This is phase 1B. So it's phase 1B. And the high in the pre market was 475. This is, where's that one? Cipher, CIFR. Where are you? There you are. So a couple of things with CIFR. This is an earnings play, but the big news is they announced a $5.5 billion Amazon AI lease. I think it is 15 years. Okay, it's 15 years, so 5 billion over 15 years. So obviously an eye-catching press release, and that is for the CIFR. Not a low float, 296 million in the float. So DD, before you think, oh my gosh, what happened to DD? Is it Zubon? They did a spin-off. So it's, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's down 57%, but it's a spin-off. And the spin-off company is called Q. And Wolf has initiated coverage and outperforming a target of 110. So this is trading for the first time as Q. Thank you, C Watt, in our YouTube room. AREC, yeah, still. What the news is on this one. Okay, so this is the full name of the company. Okay, American Resources. So announces Re-Element Technologies announces a joint partnership of $1.4 billion with the U.S. Department of War, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that is the news for AREC. The next high looking left is 616 on the daily chart. So actually it's right at that high. Actually, I'm wrong. 540 is the next high. It broke through that, of course, earlier this morning in the pre-market. So right now, as we speak, 540 is the next high, looking left. Okay. IREN, soars, Microsoft's capacity problem might just be solved. Okay. So that is IREN. Big float, another nice move, 20% in the float, or sorry, 20% move with 271 million in the float. That is a nice move. Riot's on the move here, guys. I'm hearing Riot, RIOT. First target raised to 25 from 19 by Bernstein. The Bitcoin is not helping it. Bitcoin is down $1,800 or so, down to 100, 108, 108,000 approximately. Yeah, for those of you, so this popped over a dollar. So this is FEMY. Had some news. It was FDA approval to advance final and block trial phase. So drug. Okay, so FEMY popped over $1, has come back down. At least it did have some news. Alps. I couldn't quite figure out this news. ALPS, but it's down 31%. Yeah, I couldn't quite figure out this news on Alps. I mean, what I'm looking at, I mean, they closed the business, closing the business combination. That was on the 31st. The Global Link investment. At any rate, let's see what happens. Maybe it bounces. ALPS. You can see what happened on Friday. It got right up to the 200-day moving average and got stuck. Man, haven't seen this one for quite a while, guys. But the DAR, THAR, is on the move here. THAR, on the move. This is a private placement of $540 million. So they're not getting slammed for that. I don't know how many shares they're issuing to establish. All right. So they're trying to get into, again, here's another company that has really nothing to do with Bitcoin or crypto, but they're going to establish the Canton coin treasury strategy. Shortable for me also, 34,000 shares available. Just not seeing the follow through on these ones. You know, the market's going to be a little more wise. All these companies saying, you know, we're going to buy some altcoin and get into crypto when it's really nothing to do with their business. Yeah, it's already had a pop. I understand, Obi, but I mean, just wondering what's going to happen when the market, you know, at 9:30. It's up at the VWAP right now. We're talking about QURE. It's at the VWAP right now. Well, let's stall it and then move it down. So look at Kimberly Clark, guys. KMB getting really hit hard here. They are buying KVUE. Okay, so they're buying basically the makers of Tylenol. Kimberly Clark is they're buying KVUE, so they're getting really hit on that news. Look at the volume, 2.3 million shares are traded in the pre-market. Will 100 hold? They got below 100. And then, of course, on the flip side is KVUE. I'm hearing turn, TERN, turn. So what's announces abstract with positive clinical 2. So that's turn on the move. Look at this. Look at this turn. Life. No, it is not a lifetime high. This is a SPAC, guys. CHAC, Crane Harbor acquisition, trading higher after the company announced it entered into a combination agreement. So this is who they're going to buy. Xanadu Quantum Tech to create a pure play photonic quantum computing company. So when that happens, I don't know. But they've entered into the agreement. Also hearing CSIQ. CSIQ A move this morning. It's up. Good move actually. 9% now. Um, Very interesting press releases. Look at this. So Canadian CSIQ target raised to 1964 from 1370 by Jeffries. Okay. Headline after that: Jeffries downgraded Canadian Solar to hold with a target of 1964. Didn't see anything really on the economic calendar today, guys. So that's why I didn't put anything there. Nothing. I don't think. I think there's something at 11 o'clock. There's some composite index stuff, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect the market that much. RHLD didn't talk about this one. RHLT. Wow, big big move. Oh, look at that! Look at that float for a company that is with $130, 4 million in the float. I'm just going to say, I wonder what the spread is. Well, there you go, $6. Okay, let's see. Caribou. I don't think I talked about this one. CRBU. Yeah, I saw this in the pre-market, then I saw all this happening. So I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it's still up 51%. Caribou launches today's auto refinancing rate or finance rates, first ever daily rates resource, bringing unmatched transparency to what lenders are actually offering borrowers. Okay. So what does that got to do with being a bio? Because they also share in their first clinical data, okay, from those that's so a bio, and then they've also got this news. Still has some room, guys. It's AREC 557 now. When I say has room, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but 616 is the next high looking left, approximately. Yeah, 616. What do I think about? I see it here. Haven't talked about it. What do I think about it? Well, you can see what happened on Friday. Pretty brutal. I mean, it got up to 322. Look where it closed at, 73 cents. So I'm not sure. I mean, obviously it is now up 55%, but that is a brutal sell off right to the big high up here, right down to the low of the day under $1. So anybody's guess, really. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. 23 million shares. There's a lot of shares traded already, and they've announced a $5 million share repurchase plan. So that is brutal. I mean, that's one of the worst ones I've seen. A lot of times you'll see a pullback, but maybe halfway, but right at the bottom. Okay, guys, let's see. The markets were, yeah, basically kind of, well, the SPY was up a little, Qs were up a little, Dow was up a little. So you know what I want to do? Take a look at XLE first. Take a look where energy is at. Still over the 200 day. Okay, still over the 200 day. Consumer staples has been drifting further and further away. Yeah, look at this. Drifting further and further away from the 200 day. I mean, there is a 200 day. You can just see it at the top here. So it's been drifting further and further away. Mm, okay, I'm starting to drift. Let me resize my daily chart a little bit so I can. Here we go. Yeah, so healthcare has been in a bit of a decline over the last few days. It's still above the 200 day. So what? I'm going to go over them all today. XRT retail. That's a big one now, guys. Yeah, I mean retail got to be getting close. There it is. I mean, there's the 200 day moving average. So it's getting closer. Communications, you can just sort of, you can, I know they're very hard for you guys to see. Little green sliver of a line here. That's a 200 day. So way above. And I'm sure technology is going to be about the same. Yeah, way above. In fact, yeah, interesting. Technology, usually in the past, I've seen that communications has kind of outperformed, but technology is definitely ripping. XLI, industrials, yeah, above. Aha. Now look at materials. So this is one that's below. So now we've got two below, two below the 200-day moving average. We have materials and moving away from it. So two below XLV, materials, and staples, consumer staples. Two major sectors below the 200-day. Consumer discretionary well above. Look at the banks, guys. I mean, the banks are, getting fairly close to that 200-day moving average. XLF. Yeah, the regional banks are still, right at that 200-day moving average. KRE, right at the 200-day moving average. Utilities, yeah, drifting down, but still well above. And then semis, SMH, well above. So materials and consumer staples, the two major sectors that are below the 200-day. So here's your news. Turns, I don't think I didn't read this. I thought there was something else going on. But anyway, reports unprecedented 64% MMR rate at 24 weeks in their phase one trial. Okay. Not a low float, 87 million in the float, not crazy high, but certainly not low. ZAR, yeah, THAR, just exploding now, guys. THAR, high looking left is 724. These are the ones that did the private placement. Market is not. And also, this guy's been appointed president. Oh, okay. We have two. So it's Mark Wedland appointed CEO. Mark Toomey, the Marks, appointed president. So raising money to get into this Canton coin treasury. And all the shares, I think the last time I looked, I think there were about 34,000 shares available. No shares right now available at Interactive Brokers anyway, for short. What a move, though. This daily congestion. We got the two T's, guys. Turn and Thar. Just ripping. 1273. Okay, William. Well, yeah, it looks tempting, doesn't it? Well, let's put an alert at just underneath 13. A lot of shares available for me, almost 500,000. All right, guys, 9:21. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. Another one that's, yeah, well, I don't know what you're doing now with the turn. You're going to add or bailing. NUAI, been a really active one. All right, guys, so I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. Yeah, I did mention IREN, yep. Windows close all. With the I guess I don't know if it's a deal with Microsoft or just solving a problem with Microsoft. All right, William, see what I did for you? Put a price alert. Ooh, well, I don't know if it popped down and then right back up. Okay, I want to now just show one other screen here. So these are the top six now, guys. Okay, my other layout had the top 15 in terms of the pre-market actors up. These are the top six. So there's the VAR leading the charge. Yeah. So I don't know. This looked like it. That was a brief flash down, William. So did you get out? Looked like a brief flash down. My price alert went off right here at just under 13, and then it popped right back up. Oh, okay. Here's an earnings play, guys. Popular. We've seen this one quite a bit in the past. Is LQDA. LQDA. So it's an earnings play. The high right there is 2666. So it's a little above that high. So the next high looking left has room. I mean, 2805 has some room. All right. Okay. TGE. So again, I anything can happen, of course, but somebody asked me earlier about it, but pretty brutal trading on Friday on it. I mean, obviously, if you got in early and you were able to get out up in this area, but man, oh man, that was a brutal sell-off. Spread's tightening, guys. It's only $2.99 now. The last time we looked, it was $6. This is this RHLD. Crazy. Look at the flow. 4 million in this $138 stock right now. Its turn finally had a top. I looked at what, 14? Look at a monthly chart. So if you get up to around 14, there's a high 1355, and then there's a high. So this month's high, this is back in April of 2023, so over 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago or so. I'm just seeing if anything is snuck in here in the top six that we have not talked about. Well, in my compare count window, I mean, look at this turn. I'd be watching Cipher all day long, guys. CIFR. I'd be watching it all day long. Not because it's an earnings play, but because of this news surging on a $5.5 billion data deal with Amazon Web Services. It's a 15-year deal. Yes, it's a long-term deal. But you know what? There's your eye-catching number. I mean, a lot of people won't even read all this. They'll just look at, wow, 5.5 billion. So it's a big float. But this is certainly, in my opinion, has. I mean, it could go other. Obviously, we could get a fade on this. I mean, there's a lot of shares available, 9.7 million. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with earnings, so Mike. Okay, I didn't even look at the earnings. It's all about that $5.5 billion Amazon deal. All right, yeah, thank you, William. So we got about 30 seconds till 9:30. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception. I'm really loving this compare count window. If you guys get up early enough, man, oh man, there's some really beautiful ones coming in that compare count window. The FIO, I just not up early enough. But anyway, I'll have to see. There's something new that comes in here. All right, we're now open. CWH. This is from last week. CWH, I put a price alert on it. There's that CSIQ, guys. Just look at the volume that came in. Not a low. It's not low. It's not high. 44 million in the float. And we have our first halt of the day. I don't, this other one, yeah, it's a news halt, but this is a, all right. So Noma just got halted on the way down. So this started trading as Noma on Friday. This got halted on the way down. All right, guys. Well, listen. I mean, I said I would do. It's probably a scalp. Okay. This you just showed up here. Wow. And I took the short on it. I'm really intrigued about. And I don't normally do. Wow. I don't normally do anything like this. Okay. But that and it wasn't. I didn't see it in the pre-market at all. Oh man, what a nice. I've covered some. I've covered some. As I say, so you've got an UEC. Well, it's not. This is well UEC. So this is uranium, and UEC was also down. Boy, this could be the new me. Now here's Pinterest, PINS. At this point, all I'm doing is I'm just looking at this. I'm just looking at my compare count window, and that's it. Nothing else. It gives me ideas to short. It gives me ideas to go long. Anything. And look at the Pinterest. I didn't take it. I bet you any money that PINS is just. Here's the SOC moving down. Where the heck is Pinterest now? PINS. Yeah, look at this. Is this an earnings play? It is an earning. It's not an earnings play. It's tomorrow. But PINS. Just trying to see if there's any news on PINS. I don't see any news on it. It's an earnings play tomorrow. It's not today after hours. TME. This is boy, fast and furious. All these tickers coming through here. There's Joby getting slammed. JOBY. Next to low looking left is 1627, which is it's at right now. So actually, for me, it could be some support around 16. So yeah, QBT. So the quants. So the quant's getting yeah. Okay, well, it's a nice quick trade for me, guys, on the UUUU. Now I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if it takes out. See if it takes out 19 again. See what else is happening in here. LUMN. Let's see what this one is doing. This has been, of course, a high flyer. Okay, guys, really keep an eye on the CIFR. And with that headline, it's a very eye-catching headline with the deal they've got with Amazon AWS, 5.5 billion over 15 years. I get it, but it is an eye-catching headline. It is an earnings play, but I don't think it's got anything to do with earnings. In terms of the move today, I think it's all about the Amazon move or the Amazon deal. And just like it says, Cipher Mining soars despite loss. Amazon is boosting the stock. Okay, that is CIFR above the VWAP. On the move, guys. See. No, I've not taken this one. Okay, I have not taken this one, but okay. COMM. What's happening with this one? COMM. Comscope. Okay, so too close to the whole number for me, but what is looking left? 1542. I have a bug in the AI alerts you have in the long today. Did you? I don't. Did you reboot? Did you have trade ideas running all weekend? So I don't have. You're talking about this in the symbol list. What symbol list are you talking about? I don't know what symbol list you're talking about. You're not talking about my symbol list, are you? Are you talking about the AI? Which I don't look at the AI channel, but is that what you're talking about? Doc channel bar. You're talking about the AI channel. This. I can't comment on it. I don't know. So are you talking about this? Well, there were no. Okay, when you say long today, there are no. I don't know which one you're talking about. There are no AI alerts today yet. If you're talking about long today, there are no AI alerts yet. Yeah, I don't know what to. I don't. I don't look at this. I'm sorry. So is it in this channel though? You're talking about this channel right here, Arthur. This. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I just don't know where you're looking exactly. I mean, this is the AI channel. I use the symbol list to have alerts from it. I see there's so you this is a symbol list that you created. Okay, it's populated from the AI. I apologize. I don't. I'm not sure where you're looking. I have a very simple use of the AI, and that's it. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not sure where exactly you're getting this symbol list. But if it's a bug, then your best bet is then to go to info at trade-ideas.com and maybe ask them what's going on. Sorry, I can't help you. I don't know exactly where you're looking. All right, now this one is making another move down below. It's got a lot of room still. It's got $1 to that next low still. Quadruple U. There's the FIO. Yes, PHIO. There's the FIO now. So this is a market 930 high. Okay, pre-market they got up to 475. William, I don't know. Are you still in this turn? This is an AI alert from us today. Hmm. Thank you, Pepe. So it's a global symbol list you're looking at. I would not use that. Okay, so don't use it. So it's because I don't even, I have no idea where that list comes from. And if it gets even updated, I would probably not, then as Pepe is saying, don't use it. Why we have it, I don't know. I've never looked at it all the years. I've had trade ideas. TGTX guys, okay, take a look at this one. So on the way down, so 3182, too close, too close. Okay, for those of you who are the real penny players, here's EDHL. It's at $1 now. $1.07 is the next high. $1.20 is the next high after that. Ooh boy. Okay, so there. Shoot. Well, I didn't have shorts available. I did not have shorts available for this THAR. Yeah, I was thinking about raising the price range on this. I'm not loving the lower price stocks in this compare count window. I use Chewy now. I wonder if Chewy is an earnings play. CHWY. It is not an earnings play. Wow. Okay, guys, this is below the low of Thursday. Take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? Next low looking left on a monthly chart is $30 or a little, yeah, a little, actually we're on $30. So there is some room. There is some room. Almost $3 to that next low on a monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. Okay, guys, watch Chewy here. It's holding underneath 33. And meanwhile, look at the market. So, following the market down, I'm not saying Chewy is, completely aligned with the market's doing, but this is a pretty big, we've had since 9:30, well, since the open, Three big red bars down. I'm watching Chewy here, guys. I might take a short if it gets into the 3280s. Okay. All right. Got a short on the Chewy CHWY. If it gets back up to 33, I'm out. So it's going to be it's either going to be a very quick trade for me in terms of getting out. Just watching it now, guys. You know what? I see BQ is here. I mean, it's up to you if you want to trade it. Okay, I might be getting out of the Chewy. Just give me a moment, guys, as I'm just watching it at right around that 33 level. The VWAP is up here at around 3308. Yeah, I've got to keep watching this. Okay, I just got to keep watching this. CHWY Chewy. Like I'm wondering how aligned it is with what the market's doing. You see, I'm just a little red, a little green, a little blue, little blue bar here on the market. Okay, little below where I shorted it. So these are the types of trades that drive me crazy. I want to be taken out of the trade so I can move on, but it's just sort of hanging around. Yeah, CIFR. Yeah, you're right. Is pushing. Okay, okay, guys, I'm out of the trade. I'll look at it again. if it gets back underneath 33. Well, okay, I'll click on this symbol, but look what happened to it on Friday. Got up to $56. Where'd it close? It closed down at 17. So, be careful. I'm sorry, that was Thursday. On Friday, got up to 27 and closed right at the bottom here at 4. So, I mean, be really, really careful. Halted. Man, Alvo, what happened to this one? Alvo is not an earnings play, down 30% after the FDA declines to approve the company's arthritis drug. So that I wonder if that's all they. I don't know if you had a chance to look at this one, William. Alvo, ALVO. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. Maybe it wasn't down enough. But this is just getting hit now. Well, not just getting hit. It's been hit 588 down to 533. And that's Alvo, ALVO. Yeah, CIFR guys, CIFR. They're taking well, not a flyer. I'm hoping that this news really keeps propelling it. I'm in the CIFR now. What's the float on the? Yeah, it's 296 million. So hopefully it's settling down a little bit or not. And this is. I should refresh my memory. Where could this go before it hits another high on a monthly chart? I don't think I did this. Oh, it's a lifetime high. So there's no resistance in terms of the chart resistance. Okay, should have done that before, and that's for the cipher at CIFR. All right. This will move now to the 50s. All right, guys, 9:55. I think what I'll do now is go over my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage, including how to take out a subscription, but also all the plans that all the information in terms of what you see on my screen. I'm sharing everything that you see on my screen, not the charts. You can create your own charts, of course, but okay, guys, I've taken some off right in the mid 60s of the CIFR. Now I can hold on. Okay, it has a little pullback. I can kind of hold on. Okay, so on my homepage, take a look at it. Well, in this case, guys, this is what this is all about news. For CIFR, nothing to do with fact that it's an earnings play. And I just felt that $15 billion would be an eye catcher. Obviously, probably people don't even read that it's over 15 years, but that's okay. So on my homepage, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription. This promo code is still alive. I checked it this morning. So it's still alive. You can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. We have the two plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan. Okay. So 25% off the first month of either one of those, or 25% off the entire year. All I ask is that you use my right 25 break. All I ask is that you use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They'll keep the rooms free. Now, when I say rooms free, I should first of all, welcome anybody who is new into the either room where I moderate a YouTube room, and also what I call the trading room, the main trading room. This is the format. So in the main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do that. Obi does that. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and then I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So why don't I open the room? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone does not permit me to open the room at quarter to four my time. So I also take off sometime, usually between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time, though I will always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave, William in the main room usually keeps the room open after I leave. It's up to him, of course. Maybe 4 o'clock today, it's up to him regarding if there are any interesting earnings plays around 4 o'clock, but he'll let us know. So on a big day, the main room is open from a quarter to 7 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. When I say a big day, in terms of the length of the time the room is open. So if you scroll down on my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Now, the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Let me see what it's doing. I forgot to put it in. Oh, there's Chewy. Trade of the week is PEGA, PEGA, and let's see if it triggered. Trigger was 64, so I doubt if it triggered. Uh, did it trigger? No, because no, within a few pennies. But yeah, you might look at this and well, wait a minute, it was over 64 in the pre-market. So the way it's structured, look at Chewy now. I may have to take a hard look at it again. The way it's structured, the trades of the week, is that the trigger is always market hours at 9:30. So in this particular case, it did not trigger 64. The suggestion was over 64, and you can see right there that it didn't quite get to 64, over 64. So far, not event. So far, okay. Now you can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us and say, hey, I didn't get it. Okay. And they're designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be completely up to you. Now, if you look at my homepage and you scroll down a bit, go to the education section because here's how. First thing to do if you do take out a subscription, first thing you do, 12 short videos to get you started with trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering if it's a type of program you might want to try, you start off with that second video and go to the end. Again, these are very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try. You can try this for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free set of videos, series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 of them. Okay. And if you're looking for the information you see on my screen, you click on my homepage link, scroll down. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, scans. Okay, so here is the compare count window, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. This is the biggest scanners from the start of the race. This one, this is the large cap, the version of the version, excuse me, the large cap version of this. Okay, and this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. And I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But quite frankly, this is all I'm really looking at these days. This compare, well, we call it a compare count window. Basically, it takes very similar scans and runs them off against each other. Similar scans in that, okay, I've got the same similar price range, minimum volume in both. And then I say, okay, show me the stocks that are up, moving higher with those filters in place versus the stocks moving lower with those filters in place. Okay, guys. So now take a look at some of these ones that are showing up here. So UMAC, unusual machines, UMAC. The next low looking left is 1342. Just underneath the whole number. Market is barely positive. Dow is down, so there's a excuse me a little disconnect in the market. The Dow is down, and the Qs are up. SPY's up just a little. So a little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. So turn's been a bit choppy, but it has been a good one from our AI guys. You can see right there, there was the alert price at 1406 on that candle. It did come back down, so you had an opportunity to take it. If you missed it the first time, it came right back down to the alert price. Okay, guys, I'm still going to watch the CIFR. It was a turned into a quicker trade than I thought it would be, but I want to see if it gets back over, say, 2483 later on. For the rare earth stocks, still getting USAR. Still, wow, what a shellacking! Look at this. I mean, this stock. This is what, about 3 weeks ago. This was a $44 stock. 1013, yeah, about 3 weeks ago, October 13th, hit a high. $44, $18 now. Yeah, well, if that's the case, then our provider has not taken it into account, because that's what it would be. Well, yeah, our provider is not taking into account the reverse split. Now, granted, this looks like this was news in the pre-market. So I wonder if they did the reverse split in the pre-market. Very rare that that happens. Remember, there was one several years ago, and people got destroyed on it. So I'm not. So obviously, it's not up 8,000%. Probably a reverse split, but providers are not aware of it yet. Our provider, anyway. That was Alvo, 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 William. Alvo shares slide on FDA demands for application on FDA demands for its application of its arthritis drug. All right. I'm looking again at the Chewy guys as a potential short here. I lost a little on the first attempt of it. I'm just wondering how closely. Let me get Chewy up again. Just looking just how closely it's mirroring the SPY. Not as much now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, crypto is down, or Bitcoin anyway, is down a couple $1,000s, back down to 107, approximately 107,000, a little over, but ooh, look at the little patch of green here, SY. Yeah, saw this one a lot earlier, but I'm definitely in short mode. EBS, look at this, guys. The next low looking left is 918. Wow. Below Thursday's low. So the next low is 999, we'll call it 920 or so. A lot of room for EBS. There's an earnings play. Great reaction, actually. American Airlines, AAL. It's been very active. It's been very, very active over the last few days, guys. I had earnings here and a nice reaction to earnings. All right. Well, here's the cipher. I'm not in it anymore, but you know what? Takes out this 25 again. It could have go on another run. It's an all-time, excuse me, it's an all-time high. So it's not, so there's no chart resistance, of course. Move that up a bit. Okay. Thanks, William. Yeah. Under the elbow. Look at all the red that's coming through here, guys. How about NMG? What is this one doing? Cheap one, real cheap one. I might have to up the price range. Well, man, QS has got dollar to the next low. I think it's going to get there, of course. Ooh, I missed this one. This is a pretty nice one. Actually, wow, look at the room it's got. Shoot, I missed this one from our AI. This is a short 1468, 1416. More importantly, look left. Look at all the room it's got. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but 1250 is the next low looking left. I missed that one completely. Okay, boys, no more sports talk, okay? I see you guys are talking sports. No more sports talk, please, in the general market talk area. Okay, guys, let's see. What's RNTX doing? RNTX. Is it really? You guys were talking about Tesla earlier. I know some deal with Samsung or I don't know, falling apart. But where was that deal? Somebody said it had some kind of a deal with Samsung. Here we are, $2 billion energy storage deal with Samsung. All right, guys, let me see if I can get my money back on the Chewy. Want to see? I mean, it's I don't anticipate a big move, but I'm back in that short. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. I know I'm fading here. Yeah, market is in certainly in fade mode for me anyway. Okay, for me anyway. I mean, it's not looking to go long anything. Maybe I have. I'll keep watching the cipher CIFR later on in the day if it gets up to 25. Daily RSI for turn as 53. It's over 83. Okay. I don't have the daily S. I don't use the daily, so I don't have a way of. Well, I guess I can add it as a down here briefly, but I'll take your word for it. That's a pretty big difference, though. How about other ones, Shady? Is that the only one that's kind of out of whack, or are they all kind of out of whack? All right, guys. Well, Chewy's not doing too badly for me now. CHWY not doing too badly for me now on the short of it. But this has been down, I think, all day. SOC, yeah, down. Beam also. Look at all the red coming through here, guys. I mean, 61% has been red. StubHub. And the reason being, of course, is that the market is basically, since the open of 9:30, has been selling off. Man, EBS more down. Did not take this one. So CURR was very active last week. Ooh. So it obviously popped up. So it was moving down, but it did pop up. Got halted on now on the way up. So it was moving down, but it did got halted on the way up. And that's CURR, very active last week. Look at what happened today. Got up to 442. And right now we're at cut in half almost. So remember, everybody, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me if I'm doing something that I can't answer immediately. I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. So the interesting thing then, you're right. I like the visual presentation of this, like a ticker. But if I see something that's green standing out, you'll see it, obviously. In a sea of red, you might see something that's green, which obviously then would be running counter to what the overall market is doing. All right, Chewy. I'm glad I persevered. Yeah, great short of the cipher. I mean, it's still thinking maybe later on in the day, but great short. Yeah, lots of shares available. I did not short it, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but when long, it okay. I was really hoping it would stay above 25 and really run, but so right now it's at the VWAP. Okay, right now it's at the VWAP, CIFR. So, question in our YouTube room. So, Traded is only scans for stocks. Okay, we don't scan for options. However, we do have some option filters that may or may not help you if you do trade options. I'll just show you what they are. This is only love in our YouTube room. So, I'll just show you how we can scan for stocks that are trading abnormally with regard to their two options. Okay, so if I right click, I'm just going to use this as an example, just to show you the option filters that we do have. So some obvious ones: we have the put call ratio, we have the option volume today, we have the put volume today, and the call volume today. This one right here, the option volume, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this one, option volume today. So in tandem with the option volume, the average number of contracts over 10 days, and then this one, the option volume today percent. So for instance, if a stock has on average over the last 10 days traded, say 5,000 contracts, and you use this filter here, this option volume today, and you put it's a percent, so you put 300 in here, ratio of 300%. That means that the stock that is on average has traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. For you to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 15,000 contracts. Okay. So there are people in the trading room who trade options who say, yeah, at least it helps us zero in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I don't trade options. So, I can't tell you that, yes, it's absolutely the best, but there are people who say, yeah, at least you can see those stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options. Okay, so we don't scan for options as such, but you can use these filters. And if it makes sense for you to say, yeah, you know what, I wouldn't mind seeing stocks that are trading abnormally, and then trade the options. So first of all, hopefully you heard me, only love. Yeah, just a sea of red now, guys. Yeah. Okay, good. Never sure. Sometimes people ask me questions, and I don't know if they're on mute, if they have me on mute or not. So I just want to make sure. Wow. Well, there's a now. Isn't this is a crazy one? No, it is not the crazy one. Okay, RNTX. Little green blip in here. Otherwise, everything is red. So if the market has any sort of a recovery, little spurt, we should start to see some green here. But right now, if you won't short, you're missing out. So that's why you go short. Wow. Haven't seen this for a while, guys. I mean, when I started running this compare account window, a week and a half ago, it was essentially green, over 50% every single day, 60, 70%, the odd red one coming through. So this is a big change. There's Peloton, PTON. All right, guys, I have just covered some of my Chewy short. Got into an area that I liked in that mid 50s. Yeah, that's a big sell. Now look at IBIT. There's the 200-day moving average for Bitcoin. I'll call it. I don't know 100% if that would be the 200-day moving average for Bitcoin, but there's the 200-day moving average for IBIT. Not that far away. Shady's NCRA. So there's a little brief glimmer of green in this compare account window. Great short of the cipher though. Wow, CIFR. I should have flipped the script. All right, Chewy. All right. Remind myself where it could go. So the next low looking left is 29.52. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but still has room on a monthly chart. On the weekly chart, basically the same thing on the weekly chart, 29 yen. So that weekly low is the same basically as that monthly low. Okay, so still has room for me to keep running if it wants to. Following that wave now down, trade wave down. Boy, the nukes and the quants, but look at the nukes here, guys. NNE just getting. Let me get to my weekly chart again, or a daily chart for NNE. Real choppy action, but on the way down again. Well, great short from our AI and the Ampex guys. Really good short. I missed it completely. Absolutely completely. I mean, it still has room. I can't take it now, but if you have our I don't know how I missed it. Apex was on the trade. What you mean, Steve's straight trade of the week? What must have been a while ago. I don't remember. I don't trade usually the trades of the week, so I don't really follow it that much. But well, I mean, the way the market's trading right now, I'd be a little reluctant to go long anything right now for a swing, but that's completely up to you. Also, so you're talking about so the Ampex so it was a Sunday. It was last night or this week's one of this week's potential picks. But isn't there a I don't read them, but isn't there a suggested entry? Maybe it hit. I don't know. Okay, so above 1422. So okay, well, it did trigger, but there's a stop, isn't there? Stop at wow, 1076. That's a big stop. Obviously, he's looking for a big move. Okay, I mean, that's almost a $4 stop. So not quite sure. I mean, these Andy has a different idea of looking at the market than I do, but I mean, if you're looking at a $4 stop, then you got to hope that you can make $8 on the trade. Have a reasonable expectation of making $8 on the trade, a 1 for 2 risk reward. But obviously, I mean, I wouldn't be doing that because I'm looking left, and to me, there's too much resistance not that far away. But Andy has a different way of looking at it, so I'm not. I personally, I would not be waiting for $10. Now, if you size accordingly, and you're looking, to only say risk $100 on the trade, whatever that number is, then you'd be only taking $25 or 25 shares. But that's up to you, of course. Don't know SKM. Support and resistance lines. I have no idea. I mean, that's been a question. I know it's been our development people know about it. I don't know where they went. So Michelle, let's see if there's a halt right now. No. So that's just interactive brokers. The question in our YouTube room last week with INTS, I was able to see the price would open up. Well, after the halt, where so that's interactive brokers. Okay, this is time and sales from interactive brokers. This blue screen. There's no stock that's halted right now, so I can't show you. But on a halt, if Noma was halted right now, okay, I'd see the halt price to be in red, and then this column would be showing where it could open. It doesn't absolutely have to do that, but so it's Simon Sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Just don't have a halted stock right now that I can show you. All right, just keep me an eye on my Chewy, see if it has any sort of another move down. If not, I'll probably cover my short position. Look what the market's doing. Yes, see, so I'm just, Chewy could be affected a little bit by the market because I don't see any specific news on Chewy. So, guys, we might get some bounce plays. Okay, market 679. So we might get some bounce plays now, depending how much. This is only that's 5 minutes. This is the next 5 minutes. So we have 4 minutes to go. Let's see if this lasts or this is just going to stall and then move down. It's time and sales. Time and sales. If you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search on time and sales, Michelle. Okay, time and sales. So here's one. MSPR just got halted. Okay, so this is what I see. Here's the halt in red. This column right here. Look, and it doesn't mean it's going to open at 83 cents. Okay, it fluctuates over the 5 minutes. It just gives you a bit of a clue, as to where it could open. If you were in this now, what you would want, of course, is something. Well, of course, it got halted on the way down. But let's say that was a halt on the way up. You would want to see that number in this column above the halt price. But again, it doesn't mean it's going to open here. Well, that's a heck of a short for a cipher. Definitely a heck of a short for cipher. Hopefully, you guys are still in it. Well, I missed the bounce on Cure, but this is sort of interesting now, maybe. It's over 30, okay, over 30, and it's well above the VWAP, well above the VWAP. So maybe this bounce will still, I mean, it's still down 55%. Oh, I don't think much of it. Michelle asked me. I don't trade things that are under a dollar. Okay, I mean it's still up 290%. Had some news, but for me, it would have to. It briefly got above a dollar. It's a very low float. Yeah, already got the MSBR. Thanks, Dwayne. All right, WRD, a little being a green here. Yeah, got some room. We ride, okay, out of China. Okay, we ride. There's the 200-day moving average, 1156. So a little bit of room, a little bit of room for it to run if it wants to. Maybe it's running a little bit with the market now. Okay, maybe running with the market. I like to find stocks really trading on their own. They also, interesting, they filed a financing, I guess, automatic mixed shelf. Size not disclosed. Okay. So, okay, Michelle, I see what you're multi-instrument. I don't think so. I think I've just got time and sales. I don't even know what multi-instrument means. Okay, if you're talking about, I see what you're. I don't think I have time and sales multi-instrument. I have no idea what that means. Okay, not sure what the difference would be. Talking to Michelle in our YouTube room. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to do a clear here and just see if we start getting some more positive with the market moving maybe a little bit up. Here's that Alvo. Basically a lifetime low now for Alvo, ALVO. Well, you can try it and I mean, see if it's any different from this, the multi-instrument version of time and sales. I know I'm a broken record, but 9 years I haven't changed a thing. So I started with this 9 years ago, and that's all. I have no idea what multi-instrument really means. So this is multi-instrument, and this is not multi-instrument. So I don't. I right now it's the same. Let's get another one up here. Well, not linked or something. Well, anyway, I don't see any difference, so I'm not gonna bother with it or worry about it. Not worry, but oh man, remember I was short quadruple U really early. It was my a 30 second, like in the first 30 seconds. Haven't done that for so long. Look at it now. I'm not in it anymore, of course. We'll let you add other stocks. Okay. Oh, I see. Not sure that's anything that I care about. I guess. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Hey guys, this market is still in kind of bounce mode. We had a little red bar here, but it's being challenged now by the next bar. Let's see if we can get over at 682. See if we can maintain a bounce in the market. And then, of course, we've got the VWAP above, which would be, I'm going to put a price alert in the VWAP, see if it takes the VWAP out, in which case that would be probably a pretty decent bounce if it can take the VWAP out. Dow is still down. So, there is a disconnect, definitely a disconnect. I mean, the Qs are up a little bit and the Dow is down a fair amount. So, definitely a disconnect in value and growth stocks. Keep just watching my Chewy guys to see if it has any more of a leg down in it. It hasn't bounced too much. Like that hasn't really bounced that much at all. A little bit of a resting here. Obviously watching the spy, but he didn't have like a big move up. Now, Cipher, CIFR, maybe it's found a bottom. The VWAP is way above it right now, 22.92. So about $1 from the VWAP. So Shada, I asked you about are there any others that are way out of whack regarding the daily RSI? You said the daily RSI for turn, and that's according to some other platform you're looking at, obviously. Just wondering though, are there others, or is just sort of an outlier? Aha. Okay, the spy now did take out that little area here. Next challenge then, get to the VWAP. No, HKD, another wild one. Okay, I don't know what to say. And what are you looking at? What are you looking at that? What platform are you looking at with another daily RSI? Multiple. Okay. Well, that's interesting that the charts are good, but the scan is out. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, guys. Well, if you're into the MSPR, I mean, it is over $1 now. It is over $1. The next high looking left is $1.15. I get to this morning. And it didn't quite get up there. Actually, I'm wrong. No, that's a weekly chart. Sorry, I thought that was a. Okay, well, I'll let him know. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. Wow, the spy just took out the VWAP now. Okay, I've passed it on to the. Okay, I've passed it on regarding the daily RSI. Well, I can't make any recommendation like that, Steve. I mean, look, the high looking left is 116. It's at a dollar right now. Um, I don't. I mean, I it's not of interest to me because the that next high is too close. Even if it got through 116, 122 is too close. If the next high was up here at 155 from a dollar, it would for me it'd be more interesting. But so don't let me dissuade you. I mean that's just the way I look at it. But I'm not into the stocks that are under a dollar. So somebody else might have a completely different idea. But I'm pretty conservative. I don't take anything unless I see enough room. And my idea of enough room can be very different from somebody else's idea of enough room. So that's why I hesitate to say, wow, well, you shouldn't take this because it doesn't have room. Well, this is encouraging for me in my Chewy short because it's not rallying with the market. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on it, like specific to it. Has earnings in December, so that's nothing. This was news last week about it. Covetris, whatever they are, announces the agreement for Chewy to acquire Smart Equine. But that was last week's news, so I don't know if that's affecting it or not. See, not enough room for me. Look at the RES. It's it's the only blue, only green right there. But when you look left, 560, couple of daily highs right there. So I would never take it. Well, that was a brief pop up for CIFR. It's really getting sold off. I am surprised. I thought maybe that news would sustain it. I mean, it's still up a lot, but I thought that news would really sustain it. In fact, now I should be looking at it again. I mean, it's still up it's only up 14% now. Next low looking left is 1869, so there is room obviously underneath. Cure continues to bounce, guys. QURE continues to have a little like little bounce in it. The next high looking left is of course obviously it's $68. So obviously there's room. But remember now, this is the reason why it's down after FDA feedback on its gene therapy application. Feedback obviously not good. All right, Chewy, another little move down. I'm just watching it around that 32.50 mark. 11:04, guys. So I will be taking a break at about noon Eastern time. And now it's not Chris. Chris ran the New York City Marathon yesterday, so he's recouping. So I think it's going to be Steve today. I think he and Steve are switching. Normally Steve would be on Tuesday. So I like gold. Okay, so this is not an earnings play today. It's coming. It's earnings this week. Let's see what gold is doing. This is coming from our AI. I just want to see what gold is doing in general. And so it's basically flat. Maybe maybe now we found a bottom down here. How about silver? After a massive run in gold, of course, and silver. They're looking about the same. So I know this is from our AI. It's a gold play, AAUC. Not a ton of volume though, only 234,000 shares. By now, I would run a lot more volume. By now, meaning 11 o'clock Eastern time. All right, sure. Missing the boat on it. Just missing the boat here. Another nice not a move over 31 now. QURE. Ah, it's Andy. Okay. So Andy will be taking over for me on at noon Eastern time. Okay, in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now. It's starting to get a some green here now. This is Jinko Solar, I think. JKS. Yeah, Jinko Solar, JKS. But I'm still more in looking at shorting stocks as an STOK. Well, a little bit of room for this NSP, guys. 4670, the next high looking left. Nice little wave up. You said turn dropping. I don't see the drop yet, guys. I mean, that's a little downturn, but I mean, it's still over that whole number, 15, holding the VWAP. 1445 is the VWAP. Using pre-market volume, it's about 1450. So it's still above the VWAP, and that is the TERN. And William Blair, let's see, William Blair upgrading it to what? You don't have a price target? All right, so William Blair is taking a stand here on the turn, TERN. Hey, where could this go? Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Well, it obviously has a lot of room on a monthly chart. Almost $20 is the next high looking left on a monthly chart. That was back over 4 years ago, June of 2021. So there's really not that much resistance between the. Yeah, I mean that's 4 years ago. All right, guys, I'm out of the chewy. Hey, finally had a move off that 50-cent level, so I'm out of the chewy. Did okay. I think it finally got influenced a little bit more by what the market's doing. Remember this one last week, guys, INDV, this is an all-time high. Yeah, INDV is an all-time high right now. Okay, this was an earnings play on, Thursday. Little continuation on Friday or kinda held, but now this is, I guess I'm gonna call this, continuation off earnings. Not not affected by the market at all. Look, I mean, look at the 5-minute chart compared to what the market was doing. I mean, that's, look at the 5-minute here, 5-minute here. This one is moving, guys. TGE is moving. TGE is moving. Now, this again, had a terrible from the high of Friday at 320, and it closes all the way down here at 77 cents. But it is moving. Okay, it's moving. It's up 80%. But remember, that's mainly because of the huge pullback. Oh, look at turn now, guys. Turn on the move. I did not take it. I just want to, but this held the VWAP. Did not take the turn. And if you're wondering why, I felt that I was a little late. Boy, Alvo making another new low. Lifetime low, Alvo. Lifetime low, basically. AMPX, guys, this is not bouncing with the market at all. AMPX not bouncing with the market at all. Let me see if there's any specific news on it today. I don't see any. Can't chase it. It's got so much room, though. Look at the AMPX, AMPX. So much room. A dollar to the next low on the daily chart. I just, but I just feel like I'd be chasing it. Probably could have taken some here on that little jog up into the wave. Gemi, Gemi, all-time low. Okay, Gemi, the Gemini space station. Um, it's a crypto, something to do with crypto. Oh, the Winklevoss brothers started it in 2014. All-time low now. I would be really interested in this one if I'd seen it up here around the 1740 mark. Too close to the whole number for me, but I will put a price alert underneath, say around 1689. See if it takes that out. Yeah, you guys are saying that Palantir has earnings tonight. Okay. PLTR. I'm sure this will be well ahead of earnings. Bets being placed, basically a lifetime high. Remember when this happened? Went from 190 down to 140. This is when? This is back in August. Well, even though I did a clear here and we started new and the market is bouncing, we're still getting most of the stocks coming through here are red. Now, it could be the same stock over and over again, but still 74% red, even though the market has had a bit of a rebound. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, guys, I'm really interested in this Gemi here, Gemi. I want to see if it takes out 17, but it could bounce. Obviously, it could bounce. Maybe 17 will hold it. Maybe, excuse me, maybe it'll start to move a little bit with the market, but this has been, such a downtrend. Back in September, this was, 40, $46. that long ago. All right. Is Cypher going to do it now? SCIFR. Is it going to hold too? There's the VWAP though, 28, 2285 or so. Let's see if this orange transitions to blue on the trade wave on the 5-minute chart. ACDC. Okay, let's go. ACDC. Woo. A little bit of room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average above it, 619. Volume coming in. Hey guys, I'm really not seeing anything that here's that RNTX. I think Shady just took this, 210. There's the VWAP. Got to get through the VWAP. Does that. Could have a nice run. All right. Well, there's the VWAP at 222, 222. We're using pre-market volume. This is the VWAP around 219. So around the same. I'll put a price alert up here, see if it takes out the VWAP, maybe goes on a run. Looking left on the weekly chart. It looks like we've got a couple, maybe 3 weeks at around 228. Remember this one in the pre-market, guys? High flying, AREC. Let's see. Do I have shorts? I do have some, not many, but I do have some shorts for this one. Breaking down underneath the whole number. 356 is the next low. This gets into the 380s. I'll probably take the short of AREC, right? Try to ride the wave down a bit. If it gets into the, say, 388 or something. So let me put a price alert in that area and see if it I can take that out. Well, guys, I mean, here's the Alvo. I could have taken that short, wrote it down, all time low. Okay, now the market, guys. So the market had that nice little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Call it about an hour. Okay, call it about an hour. Got into the VWAP, and now we're starting to give that up a bit. Yeah, these are. I'm sure. I wish I'd seen this earlier. I mean, it's already had a beautiful move down using the wave. I'm talking about the SGML. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 10 minutes. It's 11:30 right now, so I'll be back at about 11:40. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my official break between 12 and 1. Look at Cure now, guys. QURE is having a great bounce. And look at the market. Look at the market. The market now, I thought maybe that would be it for the bounce right around here in this area. It looked like it got into the VWAP, got rejected a couple of times. Looked like we're going to be moving down. But nope, looks like we're still definitely in bounce mode. Market has gone mildly positive now. So now bounces should be working, reasonably well. Ooh, TSSI. I love this. Look at just underneath the whole number of 20, big psychological number. Now, the problem I've got is I'll be taking my break really soon. I don't want to get into anything right now, I don't think. But boy, I mean, this is really, to me anyway, underneath that psychological 20, it's got room underneath 1813, has not really participated, well, has not at all participated in the bounce. And I don't know if there's any specific news with it. I don't think so. Yeah, Cure, what a bounce. Yeah. This boy, I wish I weren't on my break starting because this really, to me, looks really, really interesting. TSSI, pretty low float, 23 million in the float. Pretty low float. And Turn, wow. I mean, Turn was really another one not affected by the market at all. Had news, and the news sustained it, as opposed to the CIFR. I mean, Turn is still at the high of the day. Turn just took out 16 now, guys. TERN. Well, our reentries today would have been brutal. I'm just looking at all the reentries, potential reentries for the market. It, yeah, probably because of the bounce. So if you're looking for a reentry short, and then the market did this, probably not going to be good. But look at Ryanair, guys. Look at this, almost an all-time high, 96%, almost an all-time high. This would be up here. This would be the all-time high area. Well, look at AXGN. Now, look what it's trying to do. I mean, the last 3 days, it's right in that area, trying to take this out. That would be, let's put a price alert around 23.15. At earnings, it was a nice earnings result. Okay, and the two and Thursday and Friday, basically held the earnings gain and has really not been affected by the market today. It's been steadily up all day, not affected by the market. So I'd be watching this one, break of this high right there. It could really get going again. 23.14. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. Next high is, yeah, I mean, it has room. The next high is around 24 on a monthly chart anyway. That was back in, boy, it's a while ago, over 4 years ago. Yeah, so CVI, I mean, it's got a ton of room if it can take out the high of Friday, which is 36.80, and then the next high is way up here, almost $5 above. So it was an earnings play though, got hammered down a bit on earnings. Well, good for you guys who persevered on the TGL or the TGE, sorry. All right, I'm going to take a look at PHIO, another high flyer in the pre-market that has kind of fizzled out. I mean, it's still up 47%, just kind of hanging around here now. But what did it get to? Got up to 420 and right back down to 3. Then in the pre-market, it got higher than that. It got up to 475 or so. Yeah, 475 in the pre-market for PHIO. Had some news, but it was only phase 1B. You know, of course, 100% tumor clearance and final dose, but this is only phase 1B. I mean, so it's great news, yes, but only phase 1B. Yeah, I'm back now. I mean, you're right. I forgot to turn on my mic. No, I didn't really say anything. I mean, I might have been. I didn't really say much. Just kind of looking at this PHIO, I suppose, to see if I can. It's still at 48%. Maybe if it holds three later on in the day, maybe. Kind of bored now, guys. I'll freely admit it. Just a little bit of room for this one though, BRZE, but I'm not going to do anything. I got about 10 minutes, 9 minutes before my break, but BRZE, some room down to 27.35. That's the next low. Riding the wave. I was going to say TGE. Yeah, congrats to those of you who stuck with it. I just couldn't bring myself. Not with the way it sold off and closed right at the low on Friday, but no question, up 100, well, 121% because of the sell-off. It's still Eli Lilly. Okay, this so if you think here's ETF for Eli Lilly, two-time long. Interesting. Obviously, Lilly's having a pretty good day. LLY is having a decent day, up probably 2.5%. So if you thought Lilly was going to continue, instead of buying an $880 stock, you could buy LLYX. What's the volume? Yeah, good volume. Spread is, it's only a penny. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying if you thought Lilly was going to keep moving higher, you could buy this. You'll get double the move. But remember, if it starts moving down, it'll move down twice as much. Just continuing to inch its way down. Big miss by me on the Ampex on our AI alert. So this is a leukemia drug. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, this now just took out the 3 previous days. Okay, the high of the 3 previous days, and this is the AXGN. I won't do it because I'm taking my break, but yeah, I mean, it's got room to run. I think we looked at a monthly chart and we saw there was some room. 23 to 24 anyway. So, Andrea, I'll let Andy try to help you. Okay, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Now, squeeze very fast. I mean, yeah, I'll be taking my break in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes from now. So, Andy will take over for me, and he might have something that he can create for you. Okay. Thing is about a squeeze very fast. I mean, I'm looking at RNTX. Most of the time when we talk about a squeeze, the short float percent is going to be pretty high. In this case, it's not. So I wouldn't call this necessary. You're just talking about, maybe it's just semantics, but this is not what I would call a squeeze. This is just, something that started to move on momentum. Volume came in, that's all. But it's certainly, I mean, with the short flow percent only 0.12%, it's certainly not, it's not what I would call a typical squeeze type play. You know, you can create a scan that has high relative volume. Look what it did though, got right into the VWAP and halted, stopped. But Andy might have something, okay? So 7:31 Eastern, like in the morning, like Eastern time, before before the 9:30 open. What time zone are you talking about? You're talking about Eastern time zone, 7:31 pre-market, or what time zone are you talking about? Or are you talking about a minute after the 9:30 open? Oh, pre-market, okay. Well, I mean, so you're talking about right there. Well, yeah, I mean, you really need. I wasn't up then. I'm in the West Coast, but all you really need for something to see something like this is I've got a top list you can take a look at tomorrow. And just give me a moment. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I've just put in there, click on it, and then if scroll down to the scan section right here, okay? And I'm almost 100% sure you would have seen this sorry, right here, the pre-market actives up, okay? Oops, the pre-market actives up. Almost 100% you would have seen that, okay? That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Now, I didn't see it because, I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so I'm in a little bit time zone. I was not up at 4:30, but almost 100% for sure you would have seen it right here. Pre-market act is up. Okay. Now, it might have, I don't know, it might have gone so quickly. Depends. It's just called the pre-market actives up. Okay. So on my homepage, scroll down. Okay, and here are the scans right there, view scans. And then at the bottom here, pre-market actives up. You almost for sure would have seen that. Okay. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Okay. Okay, guys, I better get my announcement up. Okay, and then in our main room, I will put the YouTube link in, and he's not there yet, so you don't have to go yet. Okay, Andrea, Andy will show you how. Okay, how you add like a link to your screen. Okay, he'll show you how. Just give me a moment, Andy. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room now, so I'm going to put myself on mute, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy Lindlof to our YouTube room. Andy, I hope you can help Andrea. Andrea, I think what he wants, I gave him a link on my homepage, but it's any link, okay? How would he add it to his screen and then save it and all that? I'm sure you can help him do that. It doesn't have to be it's just the principle of it. So if you put a link in the
Basically, are you talking about like how to save a
Yeah,
web page to your Google?
yeah.
Oh, Okay.
Well, how can I add it to his platform? So,
Well, you
in other
can't
words,
add.
if you,
Uh,
well,
you,
okay, I
oh,
on my
you're
homepage, I've
talking
got a
about a
bunch of
cloud
links.
link. You're talking about a cloud
Yeah,
link.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah,
You're talking about your
a
Barry's
cloud link.
homepage. That's what threw me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but it could be any link. It could be any cloud
Right.
link, of course. It was just
Right.
happens to be mine, and just show them how.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
Got
Okay.
it.
All right, Andy. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry.
Okay.
Enjoy your
I
hour.
will.
Thank you.
Bye. I
Bye
will.
bye.
Bye.
Hello, traders. Andrea, I will show you that in just a second. Let's just kind of do a market recap right now. There's not much to talk about. Kind of a gap up in the Qs. Some of the lower price stocks got whacked today because I was in a couple, but oh well. I was also in Amazon, so that was kind of a gift this morning. And Tesla's working. But let's go in. Let's dive in. Hey, Trader 77, how you doing? Let's dive in to how to load a cloud link. Okay, so he just shared you that cloud link. Okay, so what you want to do is just click on it, and that's going to bring up. This is his homepage. But let's say we were sharing a. Let's say I was sharing my trader sector analysis with you. All right, so I went copy, save and share to cloud, save and share, copy all, and I would paste it into the chat or any place else that we may like email or whatever you want to use as a means of sharing a link. So now you have a cloud link, we call it. And what this is, it's basically a code to whatever I'm sharing with you. So when you click on it, okay, it's not pulling up. What's going on here? Huh, did I not do something right? Let's try that again. Let me just get a regular old uh, scan here. Extreme volume high low pro, save or share to cloud, save and share, copy all, and paste. Oh gosh, I'm still in my promotional. Okay. You know what? I didn't go back into my education. I forgot I was doing usually after I do my morning video for our YouTube when I know it's my day to host in here, I would switch to educational, but I am on promotional, which doesn't allow me to drop a cloud link in here. So what I'm going to do is share with you uh, on my end what I would do. Let me just get a cloud link real quick and bear with me. And bear with me as I go over here and retrieve it on my other email. All right. So this is what happens when you click on it. Somebody shares a cloud link with you. Okay. And basically, this is the cloud code to our whatever I shared with you. So all you need to do, you can go down here and copy this, but I think the easiest part is just to highlight the. Uh, oh, that's right. I already saved it. I'm sorry. So so what happens is when you click on that, it's saved. And all you have to do really is go to. Sorry, guys, I'm juggling too much stuff over here. So go to File. Okay, when somebody shares with you, what you want to do is just make sure you copy that URL. All right, so just copy it, and that saves it on your clipboard. Okay, and then you go to File, Load from Cloud. You don't need to load it because it's already copied in your clipboard. And then you just click on Load, and this is the one that I just shared with you. It'll just pop up. It's really simple. Just remember to click on the link. It's going to pull up a browser page and just copy that URL. Once you copy that URL, it's going to be on your saved, and all you have to do is file. It's going to be on your clipboard. Just file and just hit load from cloud. It'll pop it up and pull it up already. And I can give you, if you want to come, want some documentation on that. And unfortunately, I'm sorry I can't share in here. I would have to like leave and come back in, and we would mess the stream yard up and everything. But just make sure you go into our user guide. Okay, go to our user guide, and you can plug in. We have a nice little uh, search bar in there, so you can plug in anything like how to share cloud link, and there you go. And so you can just click on it, and it'll go through all the steps on how to share it and then how to load it. So there you have it, Andrea. So hopefully you got that. And once again, if you didn't, find our user guide, okay, and save that to your favorites so you can always pull it up and uh, source it. I'm not using the money machine. I'm waiting on our next version, because what this money machine really drags down my computer, and it's not so much. I just need a new computer. It just doesn't have enough RAM. I think I'm still working on like 16, so I just need to get a 32 RAM computer. It's worked fine so far, but I noticed with the money machine, yeah, it really lags, drags. Maybe as we get toward the end, I can try it, but I don't want to do it now. But uh, there's a couple I can point out to you, and I really need to kind of uh, work on these some more. But reversion to the mean is kind of one that has done well for me in the past. And this up 2% below 25% below 70% range. I don't know if Brad's got all these in there yet. I know he's going to do some work on them, maybe fine tune them, but uh, just be patient on that money machine. We're going to have some new cool stuff out. So I know anytime you launch something from the beginning, it's got some stuff we need to work on, and we'll have. And what I'm looking forward to is the price alerts, the where you can do price alerts. That's gonna be really nice little feature. Hey, Three Sharp, how are you? But right now, you can fine tune. Even the ones that are in there. You can come in here. Well, the ones once we get them uh, to where we have the uh, the ones that we're offering you. I don't know if you're going to be able to fine tune those. In other words, take them and change the filter codes in them. You might be able to do it for your version, but obviously we're going to have them hard coded in there for anybody who is using trade ideas could go in and use them. But so I'm not sure if you would be able to. What you may have to do is just save uh, the configuration and then go in and make your own and then launch it that way. Oh, at Jay's. I tell you, Three Sharp, and then we'll just go on this real quick, and then we'll go back to questions. But Suicide Squeeze is a lost art, man. And I told that bit to Barry after the game. I'm going, it's really it's really a lost art. I mean, they had gosh, throughout that series, they had so many examples. A guy on third with less than, you know, 2 outs, either 0 outs or 1 outs, and they could not get him in. I'm like, Man, when I was young and playing high school, and I mean, man, we had suicide squeezes all the time, and you just don't see them anymore. And it's like, why? It's not that hard to bunt and put a, you know, even if you foul it, that's okay. But yeah, I don't know why people don't use it more often. All right, we can get back to the stock market, and the any questions that you might have. Qs are trying to dig in here. I kind of got my eyes on IWM just because uh, the Qs are holding up well. Right here on the daily. Spies pretty much the same way. Don't need to look at them. But the IWM this morning came down, got real close to the 50. So I'm watching this and see if it can, uh, get back above these moving averages. It's having a hard time. So, uh, and I do believe you don't really need IWM to like move. With this, they can lag. They lag all the time. There you go, path. But you'd like to see them at least not sell off, because then you got to start watching some of the major big caps. Let's see, K Web's getting a bounce. See any of these? I got more of this BBAI than I really want, but I just feel like it came down here to this level, and where it does have support, definitely a pivot line right here, and sound has had a nice bounce to it. I've seen this thing just by trading it a lot. This thing will do things like it's doing right now, then all of a sudden just have a massive bounce out of nowhere. But I started buying. I didn't come in long. I just bought it too early. I believe it 3 sharp. Yeah, every time I looked turned around, they had man on base. That wasn't an issue. They really should have won that series, man. Mm, they had a great line. They got a great lineup. And we're very fortunate to have Springer have a year like he had. I don't know if he's up for a repeat of that. That was incredible. All right, real quick, WRD. I've been basically in for like the last several months. Had at least a core position. One of these days, it's going to get to this 12 and it's going to hold. But Tesla, Tesla looking. Did it ever take out that high? Didn't it? So I'm going to keep watching that one because I think it eventually gets to all-time highs like the rest of them do. Did? Yeah, sound had a nice bounce. I wish I'd have grabbed that. But what happens is I was in that stupid BBAI. I better not call it that. It may get mad at me and roll over. But and I didn't want to take on too much risk in that sector. But that was a great buy off the 50. I had alert go off. You can see my alert there. And I just passed on it just because I was already in that BBAI. Oh, okay. With Kramer's dog in it, man. Yeah. Load up. But some of these moves are just they're getting, I mean, getting out of hand. Let me look at that move in path today. Just let's see. 1655. Yeah, a dollar and basically 40-cent move just down makes it hard to hold. Mike C, what's up, buddy? Yeah, by the time it's profitable, 3 sharp, it'll be trading at 30. But the big caps are, and I'm sure Mike C, he's a big cap player, but that's the place to be. Uh, Amazon and Mike C, I'm sure you're all over this Tesla. I tell you what, if this sound somehow can make it back to, I mean, I think you'll get a massive bounce in this BBAI. I'm hoping that was just kind of a see if we can get back above this 10 period there and clear that 640 range would be nice. But that was just one. I think I started buying it at the 50 moving average, and that was I should know better in this market, especially in the opening minutes of the day. See some others on my list. Neo has been threatening lately, but every time I've been trying that one lately. What happened to uh, Tiger? Still just kind of hanging out in this area, man. Feel like it's going to get through there and go at some point. Yeah, Tesla's been tough. I mean, lately it's they almost got me out on Friday in those some of those nasty moves it had, but held on. All right, BBAI is trying to get through that 10 period moving average. I really like this path coming into the day, so that's one I didn't punch out of. Pega's another one. I think it was a trade of the week as well. I'm not sure where Steve put the. Uh, Maybe it was above 64. Let's see, 97. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where he put it, but that's one I think if it does, get above that 60, yeah, 64 level could take off. Yeah, Neo does look good, but and of course PLTR sitting up here at all-time highs. The quants and nanos have been really tough lately. Yeah, I'm only day trading those if I see something because they just been just take a look at this RGTI, man. It's just yeah, that's just too tough. There's BBAI. It's still an ugly chart, so I'll probably be thinning out of this one. Like I said, I got more than I probably should. I was just convinced with the bounce and sound that this thing was going to get a good, decent bounce. 64, good job, Steve. That kept people out of that mess this morning by 3 cents. IWM is starting to get a little bounce here as well. So you might see the small caps getting a little bounce. See if this can get the short scrambling a bit. Yeah, 3 short. Sometimes I need to. That's wise. Sometimes I need to listen to it because I like to anticipate, and uh, yeah, sometimes that gets me in trouble. And honestly, I'm the type. I mean, like I put these stops in here for like regular swing traders. Unfortunately, I'm not like a regular swing trader. I typically like will get too much size at first, and then so I can't stick to my own stops, which is probably detrimental to my trading. But I'm not gonna say that because I do good. But if I just need to learn to hold on to just a little bit, because I've had so many trades where I get out of all of it and I look later and things up 30 points. What I need to do, like I did with Intel, just take it off. I'm in Intel and I just take it off my screen. So take it and actually Intel's probably looking for another move here soon. Gets back above that, maybe tomorrow gets back above that high, coming down, hitting that 10 period moving average. Because I think they're eventually going to figure it out, man. Yeah, and you know what? I always try to tell people 3 sharp. Always be careful in the first 15 minutes. It's like that path this morning on the trader's eye. I mean, that's a nice looking setup right there, and it did get it back above that. And obviously, you wouldn't have gotten stopped out, but you could have got a much better price. But it's tough with this market. I mean, I don't know what's gotten into it lately, but it just seems like it wants to hammer a lot of stuff. And it's not just small caps. Tesla gets hammered. Tesla may be on the way getting hammered right now. Who knows? But let's see. Talking about Hood. Yep. Yeah. It's a tough market. It really is for swing trading. Well, if you take a look around, Qs really haven't done anything in about 5 days. I mean, we basically kind of just, I mean, still sitting up pretty, but man, look at these red bars. Like we're going to move higher on red bars. That makes it very tough. What is that? Yeah, Hood has earnings on Wednesday. You're right. Yeah, they're doing the right things. I remember back when it was trading around 15 or $16. I'm like, and it was like trading below its cash value. It was crazy. I mean, it was just, and me. I remember me and Michael Noss saying, "Gosh, we should just buy some and hold it." And of course, I didn't. But it'd been nice. Yeah, I mean, it was trading there forever. I mean, let's take a look at the monthly here real quick, just to kind of show you. I mean, yeah, even like 7, 8, $12. Yeah, forever. Ah, it's disheartening. Yeah, that's why I don't kick myself too hard. As long as you're, making good money, and if you're a swing trader, I mean, you really need to be outperforming the S&P, or otherwise you probably should just stick your money in the spies and don't worry about trading. But I shouldn't say that because, one of my things I do well is I avoid big drawdown days, just because when that's the good thing about having your pulse on the market, or having your finger on the market pulse all the time. You can avoid some of those big drawdown days when you have those. I shouldn't say days, maybe weeks, when you have those big pullbacks of 10, 15, 20%. Buy and hold hurts when you have a 40% decline in the market, and we're due. I got mixed emotions, man. With this anytime you have a new technology like AI, I mean, gosh, that could be the start of something big. So, uh, yeah, who knows? Maybe there's a bubble. Maybe we're just getting started. That's why I just stick with the market as long as it's performing. I did sell some Amazon this morning, and pre-market around 257.50. Yeah, these quants and these nanos, still feel like there's need to come back some more. Maybe this Rigetti can come down to this 50 period moving average. Oklo, maybe want to tag its 50 period moving average. IONQ, yeah, they seem like it's actually below its. So I have a price alert there. Let's look to see where it is. Yeah, that's at that breakout level right there. So that could be an interesting spot if it comes down to $49.50 level. UNG, looking at the sectors, is the strongest on the sectors, and we got the OIHs, something that I rarely trade, but I did have a few. I don't put a lot of those on my swing trade just because it's kind of like gold stocks, man. They're very difficult to trade. SMH is doing well. And the robotics and AI is actually doing well, but that probably has to do with PLTR, but maybe that'll keep me in my BBAI trade, especially with sound still trending higher. Airlines have kind of been difficult. Solar sector is always difficult, although the China sector had a good move recently. What had DQ doing right now today? Put alert, that thing pulls back. K Web's on highs. What is Futu doing today? Take a look at the big boys real quick. Amazon's definitely up the most. Nvidia having a hard time stopping that one, and Tesla is doing good. And may look to add if it can get back above this high, back above that 470. Apple taking a breather. Never did look at that food. Yeah, it's all right. Well, the market is trying. Well, a lot of these ARC stocks are really tough to trade. They're just a mess. Let's take a look at the AI stocks today. I think I saw that turn was on there today earlier. I saw that. Yep. Some losers, some winners, but just like when you're trading your own discretionary style, if you cut your losers and let the winners run, you still have a nice profitable day. CSIQ was a re-enter. The BRBR looks pretty good. I mean, not on the daily, it doesn't, but if you get a bar reversal there, yesterday's high was 30.73, so back above it. It could have a nice little pop there of another dollar, possibly, if it gets going. Oh, that was not a good one. Oh, it's good. I got a Amazon double ETF in there, huh? Interesting short there. Take a look at Spice. Yeah, it's holding up. Yeah, just basically, yeah, 5 days. We haven't really done a whole lot. We're basically right exactly where we were 5 days ago. Qs are trying here, thanks to Amazon, and Tesla looks like it's trying to get a bounce going here. Poor Donkey Kong. All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of opportunity out there as I scan around always looking for opportunity. Let's just try a little reversion to the mean. Might be a little bit late, but let's give it a shot. See if it maybe won't lag me too much here. See what we got. Sometimes you can find some opportunities in this. And see if you guys noticed, and I think we should probably come up with a better system. Right now, when you like doing a long strategy, when you open it up, it buys, at the offer, whatever it is. So even if there is some, inside bids going on, you're not getting them. You're just, in other words, any dark pools or something where you could actually get a better price. So we wanted to be on the safe side and try to be realistic. But honestly, I think you can actually get, you know, better numbers than what we're representing because you're always paying. There's BBAI trying to get to that level. You're always paying the offer on the, and then when you sell, you're paying the bid. So, uh, and sometimes you get price improvement. It just whether it's as UMAC, trying to get. So these stocks have to be down at least 5% on the day, but they're above their 50 period moving average. So it's definitely kind of a outside the box reversion to the mean strategy. There's another one that's actually bouncing off its 10 period there, getting back above its moving averages. It's doing better today so far, knock on wood. And it's not dragging. ATAI. There goes the sound alert that I stuck in there. Joby looks interesting here, bouncing off that 50 period moving average. Dragonfly. Interesting level there. And CMPS. So it's a strategy that I think if you do get a nice little bounce, in other words, the market has pulled back from the open and it starts to dig in and move higher. This is a strategy that could definitely be profitable, in my opinion. But a lot of times, no matter what strategy you're using, you're at the mercy of the market, and this is why I tell people that it's not so important the strategy. I think they all can be, if you create a good strategy, can be profitable. It's just when to turn them on, when to, hit the on switch. SanDisk, that's one I used to trade all the time back when I was day trading, my day trading days. Yeah, nice little entry right there around 196 would have been a good one, popping above that 10 period. ATAI, have I looked at that one? I don't think I have. Man, this is probably one I'd like to have caught a little earlier. So if I would have had this thing on, probably around this level, would have got it. But all right, we'll let that marinate, sit a little bit, and see what happens. Come back to it. It's the thing about this, when you're playing these strategies, you could have your, stops in there. You can uh, don't have to sit there and watch them. That sound is looking pretty good now. It's helping my BBA get a nice little bounce here. I'd like to thin back out of this thing at some point. XLP. Let's take a look. Yeah, consumer staples is more of a kind of defense play. So what you'll see is a lot of times when the market like starts getting really weak, you'll see consumer staples do well. Most of them pay a dividend. Uh, most of them are pretty stable companies. You're not going to have to worry about them going belly up. They pay a dividend. So what happens is a lot of times when the market does get weak, especially technology, you'll see some rotation into the consumer staples. Right now, with the market and all the money flowing into a lot of these tech stocks and AI and things like that, you're just not seeing a lot of interest in it. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the sector. It's just there's people see value in other places right now. But trust me, keep an eye on it. And what happens is if once the market, attempts to, you know, potentially roll back over, sometimes you get some money coming back into consumer staples. It's really though, it kind of big level here that it's trying to hold on to and not doing a very good job so far. Let me put it on the weekly so you get a better look. So it's breaking through this level right here, which is not good. So something I don't try, trade a whole lot. Now I will if, the market, if I see value, but right now, yeah, just not in favor at all. Yeah, there you go. It's that utilities sometimes, I traded this AEE not too long ago. Uh and this breakout right here had a nice little trade. Duke, these are stocks, these utilities and electric power, they get some action, when you start getting some weakness in the market. A lot of times too, you may look at a daily and it's like, oh man, it's breaking through its 50. Then you pull up it's why look at multiple time frames. You pull up especially if you're like swing trading long position, you can see this thing's right on its 20 period moving average on the weekly. That's right, 3 sharp. Now, BBAI is still trying to bounce. But yeah, once again, I'll be looking to take some of this off pretty quick just because it's not a good chart. Maybe it tries to get back up to the 50. That'd be a spot maybe to ring the bell, 650 level. unless I see the sector, really continuing to do well, like see sound go green. That would be something that kept me in all of this. See if these are starting to get a little bounce. They are, but I am just not interested. Now I am interested in this if it can get back through. It's There's that Tesla alert. So this high was 470.75, so not far from going back through that high. May have to nibble some more. Mm-mm. No, the boss will not like that, 3 sharp. Let's just put that alert right back up there just in case. Ooh, even AI is trying to go green. Look at that. That'll keep me in BBAI a little longer. I'm gonna put alert there in case it.
Andrew,
Hey, Mr. Barry, how are you,
hey,
buddy?
I'm good. How are you doing? Didn't want to jar you from whatever you were doing, but so Palantir, what are your thoughts on Palantir? People ask me, questions like that. What do I think is going to happen on earnings? And I don't really follow it that anything that closely to know what to expect with earnings. But I know you probably have, don't you do some trades that are anticipatory sometimes?
I do, but typically, like an Amazon, I held. I really don't like holding after a run like this. They could crush it, but
Okay.
you know, stocks I like that are potentially like setting up, or and then they have maybe a nice little like well, this Pega is a great example. This
Hmm.
was sitting back over here on this day on the earnings. I'm watching it and I'm like, whoa, look at this move it has going into earnings. I did not I'm just not that familiar with Pega, but
Right.
I told myself, you know what? I bet they kill it. And sure enough, boom, there's your gap.
Yeah. Sure
Yeah,
enough, they did.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was doing decent volume. Like 2.5 relative volume on this day going into earnings. So a lot of times I'll look for that kind of action, uh, especially if it's doing decent volume. And that day it was. I just like I said, I know nothing about that company, and I got to use no,
But it's
just
interesting because I'm looking at Pega right now on the daily chart, and before earnings, it was, it was certainly
yeah,
there was no clue
no,
that this was going to happen. It was, in
no,
fact,
no.
sort of definitely a downturn. and
Exactly.
then
It was just
boom.
only on that day of earnings that it started
Exactly.
doing that, so what I'll do is, during earnings season, I'll pull up my, uh, after hours earnings. So I have a little, top list that will show me stocks that are doing or that are reporting after hours, and of course, I
Right.
can see, like, well, this GTM is, look at there. So let's see if this
Mhm.
yeah, let's see what happens to this one. Once again, it's almost doing 5 relative volume, has earnings after the close. So that's the kind of stuff I look for, and I don't hold big size at all. I never hold big size in earnings. But if I,
Right.
if I want to nibble some, just even if it's like 100 shares, just to be in it.
Sure. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
why not?
yeah,
If
yeah, yeah.
if the stock moves $4 or $5, that's not bad
Mm,
at all,
no,
obviously.
no, not at all.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
All
But
right.
all
Well,
right,
I guess
Barry. Listen,
I
man,
guess I'll
I
take
was I was I was
yeah, yeah, I
questioning
know what you're
you,
gonna
and
say. I know what you're gonna
yeah,
say.
I know. You probably don't even want to talk about it, but
Well, you know what?
it just it really makes me mad that it seems like little leaguers and high schoolers are more creative about getting runs in, in some of these pro teams. And
Well,
I,
okay, my one comment, the
okay,
reason the Jays did so well all year is because that's what they were able to do. They were able to get
yes,
that guy in from third base with less than 2 out almost consistently. And then all of a sudden in this last series, I mean, it
yeah,
was ridiculous how they couldn't do it. And that,
yeah,
not just that last game, just a
no,
bunch
no,
of
it wasn't.
times. And I'm watching, I'm going, what the? All you
Yeah,
need is a fly ball. All you need is something. Yeah, I'm not even talking about a hit, just something. But anyway, it's pretty frustrating to watch that. But we move on. It's only sports, right?
that's right.
That's all it
That's right,
is.
man. Yeah, it'll
Okay,
be water under the bridge real
that's
soon,
right.
Barry. Yeah.
All right, Andy.
All right, man. Well,
Well, all right. Now, are you in on Friday also,
I
or
will be.
no?
I will be.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Yep.
right. We'll see you Friday then.
All right. Take care, buddy. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
everybody.
Whoops. All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get my music going. Take the screen back, and there we go. I think I'm good to go now in our YouTube room. I think you guys can hear me and see my screen, and I'm back in the other room also. So, well, I see that yeah, so I think CIFR has actually had a $2 bounce. CIFR. And turn is still strong. I mean, turn is still strong. I mean, we could have a late day run in this one. Still pretty strong. Hasn't given it up in a big way yet. It's still way above the VWAP. Sort of consolidating. You can see how the orange and the blue line. Now, listen, it might be over, but and I do have some shares available, 375,000 to short Interactive Brokers, but still it gets up the VWAP. That might be it. Yeah, I guess so. Perfect. Yeah. Tesla guys, not Tesla, but Esla. Let's take a look at this one. Esla. Seen this one. Saw this one last week. Estrella or Estrella, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Estrella, star. This is an oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong chart. Yeah, so the next high in a monthly chart is 322. I have to put a price alert there. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, if ever, but if it does, look at that monthly chart. Look how much room it's got. Hmm. Too bad. I'd love to take this short, but it just underneath that whole number of 5, but looking left, and, to me, there's just too much, support. Okay, a little bit of room now for this, CLVT, though. You look on the left on a, daily chart. It has some room to about 380, so from 356, that's not bad. It's just kind of inching its way up. The volume is, yeah, pretty good, 1.7 times normal. Big float, half a billion in the float. So, just don't know how probably not gonna be that dynamic. It's been pretty good though all day. I mean, steadily up. Hasn't didn't do this when the market was doing that. See if there's any news on it. Has money has well had earnings on the 29th. So right here. Well, my thoughts on TGE were completely wrong at the beginning of the day. So take that. I mean, when I saw TGE this morning, now it hadn't done this. All I looked at was Friday's candle. Got up to 321 and it closed all the way down here at 76. So I mean, sure, it's up 100%, but the move to me, the move is over. That was pretty bad. I mean, for it to get up to 321 and then close all the way down here underneath the dollar. Not a lot of confidence in that one, but you know what? I was wrong. I didn't think it would get. But if it got to a dollar, it might stall, but it didn't. So those were my initial thoughts. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at my homepage. Last time today. Now, I don't know how much longer this promo is on. This 25% off. I'm not sure. Every day I check to see if my code still works, and today it was working. So this is the promo code you can use. You can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter what subscription, be it standard or premium. But remember, the first month you get 25% off the first month only, not doesn't carry forward. The 25% off the entire year. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks sees how many people use, well, not just my code, but the other codes too, but my code, and people use it enough, they'll keep the rooms free. And if you scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder before you contact us if you don't think you're getting it, okay? So on my homepage, just scroll down. Next thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, is the education section. And getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, what I would do is start off on that second video and go to the end. Short videos, that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to at least try us for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for the information that you see on my shared monitor, just click on the custom scan, the view scan section, and the movers to the upside, movers to the downside right here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is this one. Large cap gainers is up here. Pulse resumes is here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. I do have 3 other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I'm concentrating more on this compare count window all day. So again, if you have questions about the program, don't hesitate to ask. You don't think that so perfect circle in, are you? An AI safety expert says the AI will trigger a global collapse by 2027. All right. This is one I traded last week. This was a really good one. This Caesar, I think it was here. Actually, you know what? I can't remember now. I can't remember if it was a short I did or a bounce long, but I did trade it. CZR. I would think I was a long Caesar. Thank you. So it must have been the day after earnings, or maybe we played a bounce. Let's see where it closed. I don't think I played a bounce on the day of earnings because it hardly moved off the bottom. Maybe it was this day. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm just looking at the Caesar candles. Yeah, IMNM, IMNM. That's the one. Yeah, we look left. I mean, look at all the potential resistance there is. So why don't I just stick a price alert around 1733? See if it takes that out at some point. Maybe not today. And looking at look at a weekly chart. 1, 2, 3. Basically, the last 3 weeks, and now including the first day of this week, getting into this area right up there. Now let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. Yeah, I remember seeing this now last week. So on a monthly chart, $25 approximately is the next high. So you can kind of see if it can break out of this, we're going a bit of a run. As earnings mid-November, so that's not going to affect anything. All right, William, what are your plans for today, if any, in terms of keeping the room open after I leave? I'm pretty sure I'm heading out around 2, unless I get some questions. I doubt it. Just seems kind of boring right now. You're going to hang around for Palantir? All right. So William will keep the room open to Forish. He wants to hang around for the Palantir earnings play. Yeah, I mean, look, the bets are being placed right now. I mean, this is right now an all-time high. Right now, all-time high. What are those ETFs for Palantir? I'll just look them up here. Excuse me. So we have the bear one, just a one timer, two time, and a PLTZ is a two timer. What? There's got to be a long one. See the two short ones. Here, so here's one, and here's the other one. PLTU, PLTU. So how much is PLTU? Yeah, it's still pretty expensive. So this is way cheaper. So this is interesting. So this is an ETF for wow, no volume though, 13,000. Are you kidding me? No volume. PTIR. Okay, thank you, Obi. PTR. I wonder why it's not showing up on that. All right, a little better in terms of price. But yeah, if you thought Palantir is going to, well, I wouldn't be, never hold. I never hold through earnings, but this is a two timer, lots of volume. Mm. I was amazed. Shorts available for this one. All right. Well, you know what? Boy, this is a can be a very well, obviously very volatile. DFDV. Spread isn't terrible. 985, 990. Underneath that whole number of 10. Let's see where it looks like what it looks like on a monthly chart. Yeah, next low is 749 over here. I'm going to pass on this. I'm going to pass on this short of DVD, DFDA, DFDV. Boy, I should not have passed on the Alvo short. This is now under five. So even though the market has done this, we are still getting more red than green. Now again, it could be this. It's the same. It's just looking at the numbers, so it could be the same symbol over and over and over again here, but still, it means it's just making new low after new low after new low, as opposed to Ford. Let's take a look at Ford and see what not the car company, but well, now this has room, guys. I mean, look at this. It's got over a dollar to the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. Interesting. Some volume came in, but don't like the spread. 27.40. Look at that. Up, down for the Ford. You know what, guys? This turn might be turning into a short. I mean, there is the VWAP around 1480. You know what? If it takes that out, that might give us a short off. I'm going to put a price alert around 1473. See if it takes that out. A late day sell off. It doesn't look like well, I thought maybe it might hold this level and then pop, but doesn't look like it's going to. That's the TERN. Ooh, I think this INMN just came. Yeah, look at this now. Well, this could be interesting. IMNN. Now, we have a bit of a spread issue, 1722, 1734. Bit of a spread issue, but it's now, well, I mean, in a weekly, look at the weekly chart for this. So right now, if you count, this is today, we're right at these highs here on the weekly chart. And when we looked on a monthly chart, it had room. Yeah, to 25. I'm not saying it's going to get to 25, but this could be a nice break here, guys. I wish the spread was a little bit better though. Yeah, the spread is starting to widen, and oh man, I remember the last time I saw BQ, I thought it was in the five. So yeah, I mean, this is a just a messy, messy trader in my opinion. BQ, got to be so careful that I don't do it. There isn't really any more of that, Christian. The easiest way to use the AI is forget all that, the conservative or moderate. Okay, the easiest way is just to have this screen up and running. Okay, and I'll show you where you can. This will just show you all the alerts, whether it's even the segment of Neil and Grail. We should just forget about all that. So the way I would use it, okay, is now first of all, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Okay. So if you click on new from the toolbar, okay, click on new from the toolbar, and then you will see that there are three that start off with premium AI. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing also. Underneath the Market Explorer window, there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy window. In my opinion, that's all you really need to do and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. Um, and I forget about moderate and conservative and all that other stuff that we used to talk about. We don't talk about it anymore. Okay. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert you'll have will be at 9:40. That's the earliest. 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. That's the earliest. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. Today we did. But all I would do is just, watch, and how you're going to trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. If you're going to trade, not everything is setting up necessarily the way you like. And today I would say is yeah, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's a pretty big day for the AI. Normally I would say 5, 6. Now, well, today it did not work. I have been a real proponent of the entries, okay? But, today, with especially, let's see, this was a long 23, 23. I mean, it's in theory 23, 43. I mean, it's at 23 now. Today, there's no question. Today was not a good day for anything, in terms of the reentries. Now, the original alerts, a couple of really excellent ones, of course, the turn and the Ampex. But as far as reentries are concerned, yeah, today was not a good day. I have seen way, way, way better days. Not every day is going to be a great day. But as long as you've got stops in place, you have to have a stop. You have to have a stop. Where are you going to get out if the trade's not working? Yeah. So Miko, you have to. This is what I would do. Is probably what's happened is if you look at that filter box that says none, probably profitable trades is checked, right? I would uncheck it. I want to see the trades all day long. So uncheck that. I want to see because sometimes they will set up at different levels, even if it's now in this case the reentry has been really really good. I've done many videos on the reentry. Today's not a good day. So yeah, just uncheck, just uncheck the profitable trades, okay, and just uncheck it, and then you're going to see them all. So you said you would like to take KMB under 100. Is that correct? No, Miko, there's no way of knowing what stocks are gonna show up here, okay? It's like saying, what stocks are gonna show up here or here or here ahead of time. We don't know. The stocks that show up in the AI are just stocks that meet the filter requirements, but ahead of time, we have no idea what stocks those are gonna be, okay? Does that make sense? Well, but the other thing is that you will not get any alert until at least 9:40. Okay? You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40. And just because some strategy might have made the cut doesn't mean you'll get an alert from that strategy. Making the cut meaning, no, the AI goes through an optimization procedure overnight, and so the strategies that make the cut had the proper win percentage and profit loss make the cut. But just because the strategy makes a cut does not mean that you're going to get an alert from it because there are a lot of filters in each one of those AI strategies. And, so even though a strategy may have made the cut, there may not be a stock today that met all the filter requirements. So again, ahead of time, we have no idea what we're going to see. Well, the best, I mean, it all depends. What I use just my pre-market actives up and down. Not really a scan. It's just telling me what stocks are, up the most or down the most, and that's all I use. But I don't trade the pre-market very often. But at least it tells me. I'm just going to put the link in. What ones are moving the most? So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down right here at the custom scans, so this is what I oops, view the scans. Now, you know what? You could also have this one. This works in the pre-market also. So you could actually have this compare count window. Works really well in the pre-market also. But this is what I use. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So you could take these two and then also add this one, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside, and that'll get you some really active stocks in the pre-market also. Depends what time you get up. If I get if there, I could have easily traded PHIO this morning had I got up just a little bit earlier because it was just starting to go, as an example. So when you say the best, I mean everybody's different, okay? There's no such thing as really what the best is to use. But again, if you're looking for stocks that have moved the most, whether up or down, certainly that pre-market actives up and down will do it for you. And this will give you sort of real-time alerts as when the stock is making a new high or a new low, as you see on a crawl. So this morning, I got up. When I got up, this is what FIO was doing. It was starting to do this, from 210 up to 3, and then just kept, But I been up a little bit earlier, but again, I'm in the West Vancouver, Canada, so I'm in the West Coast, not, I don't want to get up at 3:30. But you guys on the East Coast or wherever you are, I mean, 7 o'clock is no big deal. So you can see a lot of really good early movers in the pre-market. Yeah, so we don't have social mentions and we don't have news, okay, in terms of alerts. We used to tap into StockTwits for social mentions, but we don't do that anymore. Also, I mean, I don't think, do you want to limit yourself just to see earnings plays? I mean, if you, for instance, PHIO, if you just said, I only want to see earnings plays, I mean, you can do it if you want, okay? But, PHIO has nothing to do with earnings, as an example. So you would have missed this one in the pre-market. Also, if you use the relative volume, you will not get anything in the pre-market. Okay, if you use the relative volume filter, you'll get nothing in the pre-market. Also, I mean, I don't. I look. If you're talking about the pre-market, I mean, I wouldn't use the float is too big. 200. What's that? 2 billion. That's 2 million. 2 million. Yeah, I mean, 2 million is, in my opinion, too much. I mean, look at the float of this one, 5.6 million. I would just try mine. I mean, the pre-market actors up and down. You can try that tomorrow and, see what you think. Oh, I see. That's intraday. I'm sorry. I thought you meant, well, again, that's a big float. So if you're only looking for large cap stocks, fine, fine. But oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. My eyes are going. Let me count the zeros. I would take I would take the float out. I mean, in my opinion. Plus, we don't have a way to differentiate pre-market volume. Okay, there's no such thing. We don't have a data point for pre-market volume. It's just the volume. So the volume in the pre-market is also counted once the market opens. So you can just call that volume. It's not there. We don't have a data point for pre-market volume. But you can keep the relative volume in for sure. And there's no, again, with the news, we have no way of knowing whether the stock has news. We don't have a filter for news. We have a little tab for it. I wouldn't call that, but the only way I use this news is if it is for news previous to today. So if you're talking about my news, what I have my broker is Interactive Brokers. So this is what I use for my news. Okay, I have Interactive Brokers, and now whether they're going to have an earning call, there's no way that we cannot filter on a stock that's having. We can tell you when a stock has earnings. Okay, but whether they have an earnings call, I mean, a lot of stocks do, but we can tell you what stocks are having earnings easily. We actually have an earnings channel, but whether they have an earnings call is another issue. Yeah, Palantir will be very earning active tomorrow. Yeah, you're getting in too complicated, unusual, and now it requires he creates a custom formula. And but for instance, here are my earnings plays. Okay, today, and the filter that I use, we have an earnings filter. So just to give you an idea what it looks like, the earnings day. If I put minus 0.25, that means it's got that means it's got to be has earnings after hours the day before. Now, very rare do companies have earnings after hours on a Friday. Tomorrow, this list will be a lot more full because it'll look for stocks that have had earnings after hours today and then in the pre-market tomorrow. So minus 0.25 means after hours yesterday, and 0.25 means this morning before 9:30. Okay, and so now that can tell you the stocks that are having earnings. Now, whether they have an earnings call, that's another issue. Yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, CE1, we do not have an alert that tells you when the when the little sell flag or the buy flag occurs on in TradeWave. We don't have an alert. We do have an earnings channel also. If you click on new and then doc channel bar, I mean, you can look at this and just click on the show more. But we do have a pre-market channel. You can even look at that. Earnings, where are you? Earnings right here. So we do have a couple of channels devoted, one to earnings, one to the pre-market. You can take a look at those also. So yeah, CE1 in our YouTube room. Yeah, I'd love to see, eventually to have an alert based on a sell flag or a buy flag, but we don't have it yet. Now, we do have something up here. I mean, you can look at it. If you click on new from the toolbar and then go down and you see where it says Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer. This blue box will pop up. You can right click on the box and this box pops up. Select strategy, hover over it, another box pops up. You go down to TradeWave, another box pops up, and then TradeWave buy. And this is actually a scan designed to show. I don't know if it's a sell. Well, buy. I guess only the buy flag, but you cannot control it. In other words, you cannot control a price range or anything else. It's not like creating your own scan and then having it happen. But it's you might want to look at this. So, for instance, when we look at ELVN, see a little buy flag there. Okay, SRPT, Sarepta, and it's timestamp. You should see another buy flag. You should see another one. Now there you go. There's another buy flag right there. You see? You can try looking at this tomorrow and seeing what you think. Stock, another one. Well, I mean, in theory, this has been orange, week, but starting to curl. So maybe this is the start of a little, curl up. Maybe room 2581 is the VWAP, so it does have some room. What I would do is, you might want to have this and then just click on the alerts as you get them and see what you think. Make sure you've got a 5-minute chart because it's based on a 5-minute chart. Okay, CE1, did you get all that? And you notice now you don't necessarily get one every 5 minutes, but today I'm looking, it's pretty consistent every 5 minutes. But here's one, SM at 12:20. You can get the next one till 12:40, so 20 minutes. So in between here, 12:20 and 12:40, nothing met the filter requirements. Yeah, so you can incorporate this as part of your layout too. If you forget, you just incorporate it as part of your layout, so you have it up and running. I think it might even work in the pre-market. I'm not sure. I haven't. I don't generally use it. I don't see anything in the pre-market. But you don't have to worry about lack of volume. Like this is kind of cool because what this is showing you the volume on the 5-minute candle, okay? And that's showing you it's been able to zero down just into the 5-minute candle. So when you see 50,000, you think, wow, that's not, but it is 300,000 today. But if you click on something and you don't like it, you don't have to take it, of course. See, the next one here is on, little buy flag right there. You gotta see what's happening. It's curling, it's curling. But would I take this? No, because look at the VWAP. I would not take it because the VWAP is right there. Now, if it takes out the VWAP, yeah, so maybe, this is it's looking to see if this is really gonna curl. And as I've said many times, I don't use it to see whether it's a buy or a sell flag. I just use it to wave. If I click on something and I like what I see, let's say let's say I like this one up here. It made sense for me to take it. Well, then I start riding the wave down. Okay, it just keeps me in the stock a lot longer. Didn't matter that I didn't see a buy flag or a sell flag earlier. That's how I use it. Sure, would have been nice to see that sell flag right there. Yeah, I mean 1594, absolutely. But understand that just because you get this sell flag doesn't absolutely mean this is what's going to happen. That's the issue. See, there's a little buy flag that show. I mean, I like the believe me, I do like the idea of seeing it, but I'd like to have a little more control, with my price range and my filters in place. But these aren't bad. I mean, you're not going to see stocks that are not trading very much. I mean, look at the turn right here. 44 times normal, plenty of volume. But does this mean that it truly is going to turn up? We don't know. I mean, we really don't know. All we know is that we have an alert right now with a little buy flag right here as it's trying to transition from orange to blue. Yeah, boy, this ahead of earnings, guys. Palantir is just being bid higher and higher and higher. All time high right now as earnings after hours today. You know what else is moving off the whole number? I'm a little late though, unfortunately. I had this one thumbnail, that's why I know about it. But the AREC, and you can see a little buy flag right there. All right, guys, it's 1:57, so I'm getting set to leave unless I get some questions. I'm going to leave around 2 o'clock unless I get questions. I slide up on my chair about 2 inches, William. That's about that's where I go. Put the feet up on the desk, shoes off, of course. I saw this one in the pre-market. This AMKR. I mean, it is, yeah, earnings last week. No, I'm kind of liking Rockstar. I know Pepe would do a spit take on that, but any news on Fly reverse split tomorrow? Okay, let's take a look at FLY. Is it a reverse split tomorrow? So when you say any news on it, is it due tomorrow? I don't see any news. I don't see the news. Now, maybe this is sometimes where our news. So where are you seeing that news? I mean, it makes sense because they're under 50 cents, so or under $1. So in order to comply, but where is the actual news about the reverse split? I don't see. Usually there's see if I can find anything and the ratio. I don't see it here. I'm going back to October 31st. I don't see any headline that says they're doing a reverse split and the ratio. Don't see anything. I'm not saying there isn't, but I don't see anything. A bunch of lawyers wanting you to join a class action suit against them. Probably some other website might have. There is a website that shows upcoming reverse splits. I didn't say it was done. I said, see, don't listen to me. I said early this morning I didn't think it would do this because of what it did on Friday. So there you go. A 1 for 20 reverse split effective tomorrow. Okay. And they already did a reverse split in July of 5 to 1, 1 to 5. So now so that's like a 1 for 100. So that didn't help it. And they could have done other ones. Well, they did one in October. Well, of course, I can't be sure. Nobody can be sure about anything, right? I mean, I just didn't like it based on what it did on Friday. That's all. Okay. That's all. When it got to $1 this morning, I thought, okay, it could easily just stall there. But I was completely wrong. They did have some news, $5 million share buyback program. All right, guys, 2:03. I don't see any more questions, so I think I'll take off now. So thanks again for all the help all day long. Now, for those of you on YouTube, if you still want to come into a trading room, the trading room the trading room will be open till 4. William will keep the room open, the main room open till 4. Um, in order to get into the room, you click on my homepage link. Okay, if you click on my homepage link and just over to the right, the trading room. Okay, so this room will be open till 4. I won't be. Nobody's on the mic and nobody's screen sharing, but there's still plenty of activity in the room. Okay, I do have to shut YouTube down completely, so I'll keep this up for a bit. Meanwhile, I will shut myself out of the main room, so I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Tomorrow, the main room will be open at 6:45 Eastern time, and I'll open the YouTube room between when 8:30 and 8:40. Okay, guys. So I'm going to shut myself. I'm going to mute myself and shut and stop the screen sharing in the main room. And now I'm going to shut down YouTube.